mic arm is kind of sad. Why is it so soggy? I have a soggy mic arm. Oh, Jesus. Thor, hello? Hey? Hello, Mr. Thor? Hey? Yeah? I'm trying to stream here, buddy. Trying to stream. Yeah. Hey, old man. Hey? Boo, 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 boo. Yeah, you're gonna bother me, I'm gonna bother you. Do I? Oh. Okay. Well. I'll be right back, because my arm smells of cat pee. Wow. Thanks, Thor. Are you calling Thor W as soon as I just mentioned, he just put P on my arm. It's not very nice of Thor to do that, but I feel like he could have warned me at the very least. And I guess I was the one who picked him up and scooped him, so it's probably my fault. Okay. Did I post everywhere? Tried to get a bot working that would just post in my Discords anytime I go live, and it failed. It posted the link after the stream was over, claiming that I was live, even though the bot is supposed to support both when I post a video to YouTube as well as when I go live, but it posted a going live notification when the VOD went live. And so this thing had one job and it failed the one job it had. So good job. Plugin or Discord bot. Okay, I'll post on Blue Sky as well. Why not? There we go. Okay. Don't you dare start talking 3D modeling. You know, that's kind of what this whole stream is about. Or I guess it's not really 3D modeling yet. It's more like making the tools in order for people to do 3D modeling soon. I guess it's not fully there when it comes to the whole toolkit. Why are you making your own 3D modeling app? It's kind of a long story. I guess the short story is that I want to. And because I can, and because I do think that there's a type of 3D modeling tool that doesn't quite exist right now that I really wish would exist. Basically, I used to use Maya, and now it's too expensive, and I don't want to give Autodesk a bunch of money because their monetization scheme is kind of scummy. And I don't like Blender. I think Blender is great. I just don't enjoy using it. And I would probably think it's fine if I spent more time learning it. But it seems more fun to make my own. Because then I don't have to like learn their paradigms, their UX, their workflows. I can just like make my own. And that's kind of fun. I enjoy that part. And I also enjoy solving math problems and 3D modeling tools is like an infinite well of math problems. There's no end to the amount of math that you can do in a 3D modeling app. Okay. I am streaming pretty late, so I'm hopefully not going to stream for 6 hours or something, because that would be not great for future me tomorrow. But I think, or I hope, I will be, at the very least, getting the triangular bevel working. I think we're very close at this point. I think we just fixed or like identified the major bug last time that took like hours to find, which was kind of annoying. But I think we're getting close. Okay. Let me just make sure my desktop is ready. Cat needs attention. Yeah, you know, it's kind of bad timing. I feel like I should have streamed earlier instead of now because, excuse me, all of my kids were asleep for like hours not too long ago, and they were just waking up now that I started streaming. So it's kind of bad timing. Lunchtime in New Zealand, perfect time for a stream. Good, perfect. As long as you have hard surface stuff, I'm in. If by hard surface stuff you mean like sub-D modeling, then not yet. But that's probably the first candidate and potential thing I might add in the future for non-destructive editing. So sort of my plan right now is to not have any non-destructive workflows for the initial release, just to make sure that I spend my time on the core like destructive editing tools. And then later, if it turns out to be a useful application that people want to use, and it's like financially viable to work on it, then I might add more features. So right now for 1.0, I don't think I'm going to have any non-destructive workflows. I mean, apart from undo, but I don't know if undo counts. Oh, thank you so much for the $20, dunce. I feel like I'm insulting you. Thanks. Wait, was there no message? Just the money? Okay. Oh, thanks. And yes, it's bedtime here as well. So I'm not I'm not pretending to stream during reasonable hours right now. I need to sneeze, actually. Excuse me. Okay. There's booleans down the line. I'm right in there. Booleans is a very complicated thing, at least if it's supposed to be general. There's a, I've considered making a subset of booleans, but I haven't decided yet on how to do that. I think like anytime. Okay, so the type of modeling tool that I'm making, I usually call it like a mid-poly modeling tool, where it sort of lives in a similar space as Hammer, like Hammer 2, where it's kind of a hybrid between a modeling tool and a mapping tool, or like level art tool. So it's going to have a bunch of features that, you know, traditional like 3D modeling apps generally don't have when it comes to working with, I don't know, grid snapping and, you know, just getting geometry out quickly in order to do layouts and walls and ceilings, like that kind of stuff that used to be simple when you used like Hammer or like the early CSG editors. So I'm gonna try to hit a kind of like weird hybrid market of like mid-poly games with destructive editing, so not like super high poly NURBS stuff, and and the people who are making like low poly games, and also being able to use it for creating levels, because I want it to be nice in order to create levels. I feel like a lot of modern engines have kind of neglected those tools. I think Source might be the only one that's like done it properly. So like if you look at, for example, if you look at the, what's it called, Trench Broom? Trench Broom is a, like, I keep wanting to say level design, but it's not quite just level design. It's also like mapping. It's a mapping, like level design, level art tool, right? And if you look at the way Trench Broom works, it is entirely different from Blender or Maya. It is also entirely different from Unity or Unreal, because it's a specialized tool for a specific type of way of creating levels. And I think there's more overlap there between like 3D modeling tools and level art tools. And so I think it's possible to marry these two concepts a little bit better in a way that I haven't used Hammer 2, but it looks like they've kind of done that. They married those two concepts really, really well. But from what I've seen of Hammer 2, it looks like they did it super well. Yeah, and so I want to make something like that, but for any game engine. So a standalone tool for that kind of thing. That's what I'm working on. And yeah, and the goal is to make something that, I guess like my biggest gripe with Blender is honestly just navigation. Like, I don't know, like Blender not having industry standard hotkeys from the get-go throws me off so much, and I have to like relearn it every time I use it. And this is like, there's no one true standard for how to rotate the camera and that kind of stuff, but I want something that kind of aligns with Unity's viewports in terms of camera movement. Because Unity and Maya had the same like camera controls, and I want a 3D modeling tool that has those camera controls. And Blender's style of the hotkey centric nature of it doesn't really vibe with me. Yeah, but it is also just a big excuse because I want to do math and I want to see if I can pull it off. Like, it's like a challenge for myself. And I think I'm kind of uniquely positioned to solve this particular problem as well. I think there's a, like, I think in general, when it comes to tools, I have a cat right now that's right on my desk. In general, when it comes to tools, like, I think tools are often made by people who are not users of that tool. And I think I'm pretty unique in that I have done mapping, and I've done 3D modeling, and I've done a lot of tool development, and I've done a lot of level art. And so I've been in all of these different fields that a tool like this intersects. So like, even if I don't always work on these things actively or do those things every day, I have experience in all of those things. And I think I'm kind of uniquely positioned to make this in a way that like is nice for users, because I know what it's like to be a user of these things. Because otherwise I think it's a very common problem, especially in open source, where, you know, projects are generally made by programmers who are not necessarily the users of the thing that they're making. And so a lot of things like UX and UI and workflow and that kind of stuff is often neglected, or like visual design. All of that stuff is often neglected in favor of getting a list of features in. And I think that's usually something that leads to kind of bad design and kind of bloated design. And I think, I don't think I would put Blender in that category, because Blender is obviously way more mature than most open source stuff. But I think Blender is a very big tool, and I make something that's way smaller for a smaller target audience. And I think that the bigness of Blender kind of gets in the way for those of us who just want to use a small subset of Blender. Oh, someone asked about the industry standard stuff. Well, it's the I guess I'm mostly talking about the gizmo stuff, where like move is on W, rotate is on E, scale is on R, and then the orbit camera, which is not as standardized, but just Unity's camera controls. Like having that in a modeling tool is really nice. And like I know that Blender has a mode where you can enable industry standard hotkeys, but then you're invalidating every single tutorial out there. Like every tutorial is impossible to read if you use the industry standard hotkeys, which is not like Blender's fault, but it's like it's one of those things where it's really hard to change the standard because you will just add another standard and then you're gonna have to deal with two of them at the same time. So I think honestly the choice of hotkeys is probably one of the trickier design problems for making something like this. So I think when it comes to hotkeys, I think I would probably want to do something that's kind of like a mix between Maya and Blender, because I do think Blender has a few things that are kind of nice to have. So like one of those things is the having a hotkey for axis-specific movement. I don't remember Maya having something like that, and I think that could be pretty useful. So that might be something that I also use in Half Edge. But then also obviously the traditional like transformation gizmo movement as well. Blender does let you change hotkeys, but it's not so much about what's possible technically, it's about the default experience and the portability and ease of use between applications. So like if I go from Unity to Blender, I kind of have to relearn a bunch of stuff. Start with a wizard that asks what the user wants to use for every single hotkey. And then I will be unable to write a single tutorial. So can you share your writer settings? Nah. I don't know. Right-click QE going up and down is so useful for me. Oh yeah, I haven't added the right-click camera movement yet. I've only done the orbit camera. One thing that I wanted to do for Half Edge was to add the camera movement for both Unity and Unreal. Maybe like Blender's camera movement as well, assuming there's not too much like hotkey overlap. I think it would be cool to customize that part specifically, and then make the rest of the hotkeys pretty opinionated. I think that would be a pretty cool thing. Code tutorial with variables for the incoming hotkeys. Like, like having the tutorials inside of Half Edge itself, or I don't like that tutorials focus on hotkeys, actually. My personal opinion is no default hotkeys. If you use something often, make a hotkey for it. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's kind of inevitable. Like, if you want to talk about how to rotate the camera, then you generally need to tell people what key to use, right? Yeah, the orbit in Unity is holding Alt, and then left-click to orbit, right-click up and down to zoom, and middle mouse button to pan. I forget, does Godot have the same camera movements as Blender? I vaguely recall that they're similar. They do the like shift, you hold shift, right? To rotate the camera. Oh, there's so much cat hair here now. Hello. Hey, Salad. Hey. Mister. You're buying a space mouse? Yeah, I think the camera movement stuff is interesting to me because it's so like when you've done stuff digitally for a long time, camera movement becomes such an extension of your own self to the point where like as soon as it's wrong or different, you suddenly feel like you're like almost unable to move yourself. It's like you have to take an Uber everywhere instead of just walking. And it's kind of tedious to always order an Uber every time you want to go like 5 meters. Salad. Hey. Like you're in someone else's house? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I've sort of gotten the impression that most people don't use the orbit camera in Unity, which is kind of interesting. But maybe it's because I think Maya might have been my first. No, definitely not my first, but it was the first time No, Hammer was probably the viewports that I did first, but Hammer had really weird conventions there. I really liked Hammer's camera movements, but it was not normal. Like once you got used to it, it was nice, but it was bizarre. Salad, hello, hey, yeah, I'm trying to stream. You're gonna code mesh topology changing by C#. Usually I do that, yeah. Depending on the operations, sometimes I'll write burst compiled code, which is basically you write C# and structure it in a way such that it's made to be parallel processed, and then Unity compiles it to basically native code and multi-threaded native code. So sometimes I use that. Sometimes I use compute shaders. So compute shaders I use for the most heavy processing, where I need to like iterate through every single like element in the mesh or whatever. That's when I usually need that. Okay, let's see. Whoop. I just tossed my tablet pen. Okay, do I have... I've been in Maya since the year before it became Maya. Yeah, I've also been using Maya for a long time, and it's so hard to not go back to that muscle memory, especially because I've been using Unity a lot, and Unity has the same camera control as Maya. So like I never had to unlearn the Maya control. Okay, need to make sure that I have all the stuff, and I don't have anything that I don't want to show publicly. Okay. All right. Okay. I forgot how to stream. I think this is the button. There we go. Would a compute shader be good if I wanted to iterate through thousands of monobehavior objects? No. Well, I mean, you can maybe retrofit it to be that, but generally, compute shaders work with very, like, basic data, so you would need, like... Salad just unplugged my monitor. Hold on. Oh my god, this cat. My son. Yeah, I'd like to use my monitor. Yeah. Like let's say I want to check their distances in a compute shader. Yeah, you can do that. The only thing is that you need to make sure that the distances are available to the compute shader first. So usually that would involve creating a native array, and then you send all the location data into that array, and then you do the processing in the compute shader on that data. So like it's usually nicer if the data you want to process is already in a native array, but if it's not, you can usually just put it there. But just make sure that that overhead is not bigger than the computation that you want to do. Okay. Someone asked how I manage complex code bases like mine. I don't know how to answer that question. I guess I manage. That's my answer. In Blender, there's an option to make Alt LMB into MMB, and it kind of almost unifies Unity, Blender's movement, but also kills some of Blender's essential Blender selection keybinds, and it hurts. Yeah, so this is kind of the problem with customization, or rather customization in general, like not just like editing hotkeys, but also customization in terms of like letting the user change the default behavior on stuff, which is like, it's nice because it gives the user like a choice in doing things, but it also fragments the user base in the way that they use the tool, and that can damage the like portability of discussions and tutorials. Like it's going to be harder and harder to communicate the more different all of your tools are. And so I think I want to be really careful with the default hotkeys that I pick for half edge. And I kind of want to make it difficult. I kind of want to make it difficult to I kind of want to make it difficult to change the hotkeys for two reasons. One is the funny reason, which is because I don't want you to customize it, because I want the hotkeys to be perfect from the get-go, right? Which is silly. But the second one is that it takes time to add like a key customization window. And if it's instead just a file, like a JSON file, and you have to like type in key codes, then you can technically do customization, but it's going to be annoying to do. So then you have the feature, but it's annoying, so I discourage it. Classic game design, you know? Doing bevels is devilishly tricky. Blender's been refactoring the bevel code for like 4 years. Yeah, I've seen that they've been working on that for a while. Yeah, bevels are hard. I think the thing that the problem that Blender is solving with the bevels right now is kind of like the hard problem of consciousness, you know? They're doing the difficult one where you can make bevels that are bigger than the space you have available for those bevels, so then you basically cut the mesh further, and you have this like, it's almost like a Boolean operation where you like keep cutting away from the mesh. And like joining that nicely is a very difficult problem, and so I think that's what the majority of the time is going into for the devs on Blender working on that. And my solution for that is that I'm just not gonna care if you make bevels that are bigger than the space you have available. I'm just not gonna solve that problem. That's gonna be a you problem, you know. Okay. Because I feel like in so many of those cases where you make those bevels, this is a little bit uninformed, so don't trust me on this, but I feel like in so many of those cases where you do those extreme types of bevels, I feel like it's so rare. And I feel like if you want that overlap behavior, then I feel like you're kind of like doing something else wrong to be in the position to want to have that. But that's just me, and there's probably a use case for it that's really, really useful that I haven't encountered myself. What is that? The thing you're looking at? This is a cubic Bezier triangle. So it's basically a Bezier curve, but instead of a curve, it's a triangle. This would be what you would call a spline patch, which is kind of like a spline, but it's a 2D surface instead of a 1D curve. So you kind of have this, this little goopy thing. And so the reason I need this is because when you bevel and you have a bunch of edges that meet at a corner, you need to add a cap to that bevel, like a rounded cap. And so that's what this is used for. And I've been doing a bunch of debugging over this for the past few days. That's what the past streams have been. Just extremely painful debugging. I have a cat paw on my keyboard. I hope he's not pressing stuff. Is this a Unity plugin? No, it is a standalone software. So, well, this is in Unity scene view, but Half-Edge itself is not running yet. I can run it now, and I'll show you. Let me disable that. So this is Half-Edge. This is the actual 3D modeling tool. So I'm developing Half-Edge kind of the same way you would develop a video game in Unity. So like, I'm gonna make a build for Half-Edge, and then that build is gonna be what you run as a user. So it's not a plugin for Unity. I'm just making it in Unity. Okay. So this is the pretty simple case that I'm working on right now. So if you bevel this corner, right, I broke that code recently. That's okay. Sometimes code breaks. Wait, can I just focus on that part? There we go. As you can see, I am not quite there yet. There's a few problems, but at least it looks pretty when it goes wrong. That's my favorite part of graphics. So let's see, where did we leave off last time? I think you're making apps in Unity? Yes. I would not recommend it, but yes. Sorry, just checking chat to make sure I didn't miss stuff. Thought about the license of your software since you're developing it in Unity. How would that work? Would you have to pay? I mean, it's the same as any other. It's the same as any other game made in Unity, right? So it would follow the same rules as for those. And it was a while ago. I checked how that worked. Because they changed it at some point, and then they had the like installs based thing, but then they also had like an alternative way of doing it where it would sort of be like a rev share. I forget how it worked out. Your video on splines and Bezier cards helped me with my graphics class. Oh, awesome. I am happy it helped. Okay, these numbers are very large. I feel like I should just not make them this large. If I remember correctly, there's a separate licensing model for non-games. Potentially. Oh, I forget. I did look into this for a while back. So like, there's a separate license for like industry stuff, for stuff that's outside of the games industry, but this is still within the games industry. And then there's also like, Unity also has this like, there's this thing where the Unity license agreement tells you that you're not allowed to make a game engine in Unity. And I was sort of like worried that Half-Edge would fall into that category because like it's not an engine per se, but like I have a viewport so you can load files and export files and they're used for video games and like I don't know. If I feel like it was kind of like getting close to that corner. But I double checked with Unity and they confirmed that I don't need to worry about Half-Edge being categorized as some weird thing. So I think it's not an industry thing. It's more like it is within games, so it's gonna follow those licenses. So you mentioned you recognized IRL today. Was it because of Internet Math Unity stuff or because of cat stuff? Oh, because of my videos. I also usually it's because of the cat stuff because that's like the local stuff I do in the local community, you know. But it's very rare that I'm recognized for my online activities out in the real world. Well, unless I'm at a game dev event, then it's much more common. But if I'm just out and about, I'm not expecting it. I was like, oh, are they gonna ask for directions or like what's? But I feel bad because I was in my like headphones and I was in a phone call, so I couldn't like stop and like talk to them properly. So I feel bad for not. I don't even know their name. I'm like, damn, I feel rude. Okay. Anyway, let's fix the label size because I feel like the label size is kind of unhinged right now. I feel like the labels are too big here, but then I have my other test case here, and then they're not too big here. Do I just make the label size based off of the distance between the control points or something? Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. Why don't you do it the right way? Because now you're wasting time on something useless. What? What are you talking to me or what's the context for this? Oh, that was a YouTube link. I didn't want to paste a YouTube link there. I wanted to actually what's a nice way to do this? I'll just do some kind of hack. Or no, minus. Okay. Wait, where's... Can I... Where's the slow? Where's my autocomplete? Oh, I want length, probably. That's why. I'm slow. It's my brain that's slow. Okay, do I want to do this properly? Do I care? Probably not. I don't know. Maybe. It's not that much work. I'll just do it. I'll just do it. It's fine. There we go. And then we divide that by 3. I guess we'll scoot that over there. And then do that, maybe? Did we do it? Yeah, I leaked this stream. Yeah. Got a question suggestion about what you were talking about at the end of the last stream when it comes to making videos. I don't want to get into it deeply right now, but feel free to ask about it. That's fine. Okay. So we probably want like a 0.1 of this. Okay, is that good? Is that gonna vibe? I just want to make sure that my debugging info is like correctly scaled, regardless of the size of the Bezier patch. Well, this is tiny, I think. Yeah, that's tiny. So we probably need 5 times this big, maybe? And yes, this is C#. Cool. This is reasonable. Basically, we just want to make sure that that these are readable regardless of the size of the whole thing. And now I think we have something that's okay. Let's see if the in-game one is looking fine. That looks good. Wow, these control points are just incredibly incorrect right now. I was wondering if you thought of instead of making the whole video as one big project, if you consider making it in parts. Yes, I have considered that. Okay, so there's kind of 2 things happening. I think I need to... Yeah, I'm gonna create a more complicated corner first. Do I want to skew? No, I want to skew this one probably. Okay. So this is a slightly more complicated bevel. And I had an assumption in my code that made this one not work last time. And so I'm going to need to figure out a better way to define the Bezier curve of the boundary of this patch. And that's kind of a nice isolated little math problem. Which is kind of exciting. And I believe I know how to set it up. I think. So basically the way that I generated these vertices, that was using an incorrect algorithm for that. And then these points are obviously super incorrect right now as well, but okay, so now we need to generate those points correctly. I think we first need the corner point here. Okay, I really need a diagram for this actually. Let's draw. Because I'm gonna need some kind of labeling that works. This looks like an empty corner. Are gonna implement Delone or Delaunay triangulation? No, I don't see how that would be useful in that case. Delaunay, I don't know how to pronounce it. The dual to Voronoi, I'm guessing you're talking about, or maybe there's a different type of thing. If Delone is a different type of thing, I'm just unaware of what that is. Okay, so the situation is basically we have 3 edges. That sort of go in wonky directions. And then once we bevel, we basically inset each of these edges by some amount. So we kind of get, actually I should use a different color for that. I know how to draw. Don't judge my undo. Okay. So I believe, yes, the half edges for each inner corner here, they are all ordered like this. Okay, great, perfect, wow, amazing. Yeah, I've seen some of those infinite sketching things. It's just that I've already started doing it here and I'm lazy. Okay, so we got half edges here, and then we also have normal directions. I think I should, yeah, let's label these. Let's, maybe I will stick to different colors here. Okay, so all right, so this has a normal direction. That's the face normal. So we're gonna say that this is P0 for point 0, and then we have N0 for normal 0. Then, of course, we have normal 1 and P1. From this, we want to create a Bezier curve that kind of goes like that. Okay. Can I make it striped without having to draw like a gazillion or like dashed? That's okay. I'm patient. I don't need to stress about this. I can just take my time. Usually I'd be like, I'm live. Every second has to be interesting. But you know what? Sometimes you just want to draw some lines. N0 doesn't agree. Oh, that sucks. Okay. I think so one assumption I made last time was that I was basing stuff off of the direction of the edge that they used to share. But I can't use that for the thing that I'm doing. So I think what I need to do is that I instead need to use the vector going from P0 to P1. What do I call that? I want to say D, but that's like for delta, but then D is already kind of the... I already have that for the directions. Like this is D0. And this is D1. But I don't think I need to use the directions here, the half-edge directions. So I'm trying to figure out... Okay, I think here's what I want to do. So the thing that I want, the thing that I want to calculate here, ultimately, is I want to calculate this vertex right here. I think, yeah. Or sort of there. Or here, maybe. I don't know. Perspective is hard. Imagine it's correct. So effectively, I want to know where this point lies. And I think the way to get this point is that given the normal direction, or rather the phase normal, that creates a plane, right? So we sort of have a plane defined by this normal vector and the position there, right? We also have a plane from P1 here. And so these two planes will intersect at some point. But the problem is that they intersect in a line. They don't intersect at a point. So somehow we need to be able to pick a point along this line right here. And I think all it really comes down to is that it has to lie along this green line, which I think if we just take this green line and do the cross product with, we need a new color. I guess we'll do purple here. With this direction, I think we'll get a third plane that will cut through this vertex. Or is that what I want to do? That feels overly complicated. Oh, I can actually just use the normal of one of them, right? Or can I? N0 and N1 defines a plane. The yellow dot should be in that plane. What do you mean? Like N0 and N1 define two planes separately, and those two planes intersect at a line. It doesn't intersect at a point, right? Are the normals in the same plane, or are they arbitrary? They are... I mean, generally they're never in the same plane. They could be, but then I'm probably gonna have to hard code that case. I feel like there's one like perspective trick here that I need to consider. Because I do remember that, like, as soon as you have something that's a little bit skew, there are certain assumptions you can't make. Could you project a midpoint, a P0, P1? I don't think so. That feels like a scary assumption. Okay, let me just think for just one moment. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do, right? Or no, wait, what kind of tangent do I get? You know what? Let's just set up a test case because it's easy enough to do, and let's just do that. Bezier test case. Guess we'll do another test script. Where's script? Ah, geez, I'm lost scripting. Mono behavior. Corner cap Bezier test. I don't know. Why not just project the vector P0, P1 onto the N0 and N1 planes? Then it'll have the direction in which two unit control points must go. Yeah, but I need to get an intersection point. I feel like that would give me the right intersection point, though. I just feel like I need a 3D plane here. Because then I can just do a 3-plane intersection. It's just that I feel like I need to use the... I need to make sure I use the right vectors for this, because... basically, I want... Okay, I need something that's perpendicular to the... basically a perpendicular vector to this green one, right? But then the question is, what is the second thing it has to be perpendicular to? Because I kind of want it to... It should be pointing in either this direction or sort of this direction. Like if I do the cross product between this one and this direction right here, I'm gonna be getting like a weird direction, kind of like this. But then if I do the cross product between those two, then I would get, I think, the direction that I actually want. But it feels kind of wasteful to do like another cross product here just for that. I wonder if there's a shortcut for that. But we'll see. We're just gonna try it. N3 equals P0 plus P1. Well, I mean, it depends, right? Oh, no, wait, actually. Oh, no, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I forgot a really important thing about this. Okay, I know what to do now. Hold on. I made it too complicated. I think it's a geodesic between P0 and P1 on the unbeveled surface. Yes. Or no, because P0 and P1, they are at the same location before we bevel. So that's not correct, actually. But I kind of forgot a really important aspect of this. A really, really important part of this is that the curve that I define here for this connection, it actually has to look the same on the other side of this bevel when projected along this blue axis here. The blue axis that should probably be purple because I used a purple arrow for it. And so we should do the 2D projection first, And then the remaining thing for the 3D part, it's just a linear component to that, which is actually what I did initially. So I don't know why I just forgot that that's what I need to do, because I've already done that. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so basically we are going to, like, given the direction of the beveled edge, the direction of this one, we're just gonna take the points and the normal, I think? Yes. Yeah, the points and the normals, both the points and the normals, project them and flatten them along this purple vector. And then it's a simple, like, line intersection problem, because then effectively it boils down to, you know, we have a point and a normal, and then we have another point with a normal. And now it's just a basic ass miter offset type of thing, right? And so then this would be our point. That's the corner point. So once we have this, we then need to account for the shift along the purple axis. But that shift, as we can see in a few seconds, is always linear. I think that's a geodesic point described differently. Well, I mean, it's not the geodesic before beveling, because before beveling they're at the same location, right? Unless you're thinking about different types of geodesic. I'm thinking geodesic as in the surface path from A to B. Oh, now I didn't do like an advanced bevel, which I kind of need that for this particular thing. Okay, maybe this works. Yeah, this sort of works. So along this edge right here, you can see that the curve here is not perfectly perpendicular to those edges, which I'm pretty sure is correct. Like that can, that is a case that can happen. I think that's one of the assumptions I made earlier, that like the normals of the two endpoints, that those would be related to the direction here, but they're actually not. There is a decoupling there. And so that's the assumption I made last time that I think kind of messed it up. Yeah. Okay. So which still lie in the pre-bevel surface and hence can be thought of as connected by geodesic. Oh, you're talking about like the spatial location of P0 here, not the topological P0. Because then the unbeveled surface, then it does have an offset to P0, yes. Yeah, in that case it's probably the geodesic. But I haven't thought of that too much, so I'm not 100% sure. But probably, that seems reasonable. Use ChatGPT? No thanks. I am good. Okay, do I need a test for this? I don't know if I need a test for this. I think I can do this without a test. I say optimistically, having just done 2 like 6-hour streams in a row of debugging. I guess the way I should do this is that it should be... don't look into it further so I can keep thinking that. Right, okay. I will not look into it. You are 100% correct and very smart and amazing. Because I guess it's the create vertex paths where I got the... excuse me? Maybe I just... Okay, I guess that's the question. For the create vertex path, do I want every bevel edge to, in and of itself, carry that Bezier control point data? I think so. Yeah, I think I want to do that. So then in... where's the eval function? I thought I had like a... oh wait, get vertex arc. This is the thing. So I used a Hermite spline here, which I guess is... I guess that's simple enough. Convertible enough. But this is also incorrect. Yes. So this is the code that's not correct. Right, this is a linear skew. This is correct, but this part is not. Right, these are based off of the original vertex position. I guess that's kind of interesting. Do I want to use that? Does that actually solve the problem immediately? That might actually be the easier solution here. Is that always the correct one? I feel like it should be. Because I know the original corner. That should always be the right... I think that should be the point, right? Like this yellow point. Isn't that always the actual corner before beveling projected onto the plane formed by the green vector and what happens when these two normals are different? Or like when they're not in that plane? Something about using the normals here feels incorrect somehow. If the geodesic approach is correct, you should find a yellow point fairly easily by projecting new P0 and P1 onto the old purple edge and averaging their positions. Is that like mathematically correct? Since the geodesic goes through the middle of the edge between the points. Is that always true? I don't know enough about geodesics. Hold up, there's a cat thing happening. Hello? Hello, Sarah. Ow, ow, no claws. No class. Hey? Hello? Hello, Talon. Talon. Hey? How you doing? You're up to shenanigans. Yeah? Yeah? You're up to shenanigans. Yeah? You're up to shenanigans. What? That's my shirt. That's my shirt. Whoa. Salad's on stream. Oh. What? Hey. Hey. Look. Hey. Hello. Ah, bunch of cat hair in my face. Okay, I feel like I just need to set up a more extreme bevel, and then I think it's going to become obvious what the plane should be defined by, right? Or wait, is it just a projection to that edge? I think that's what you were trying to say to me before. Assuming the halfway thing is true, like what if they're different distances away from that edge? Is the halfway approach still gonna work? And but it's easy to test, I suppose. The half is only if they're symmetric over the edge. Right. Okay, extreme case. Let's do an extreme bevel. A bevel where you're like, wow, this mesh is going wild here. This is crazy mesh. Can you imagine a mesh doing this? Absolutely wild bevel we got going here. You know what? Let's push it further. We're gonna make an even more extreme angle there. I just want to flatten this to make me a little bit more comfortable. Okay. Let's see. I think your arcs are wrong? Well, yes, because that's the problem I'm trying to solve. Okay, so I guess this is the thing that where there's like a tiny discrepancy. And if you look at the normals here, they're not both aligned in like a way you would consider nice, like on this, along this edge here. So like I can't make the normal based off of one of these two edges because it has to be invariant of which direction we're going. So I wonder if I should just be using the edge direction and do the cross product between the direction of this edge right here and the direction between the 2 points. I think that would give me the like cross product between that one and that one would give me a vector that's kind of pointing up perpendicular to this plane, or like tangent to the plane that cuts off this corner. And then I can just do another, like, get the last orthogonal vector, and then I have the plane normal that would cut those vectors. It feels a little overkill though. But if I have that plane, as soon as I have that plane, I can just take the corner point and project it to that plane, and then I'm done. Which is kind of neat. So I think that's what I should be doing. I think that's it. Are those white vertices correctly placed? No, these are deeply incorrect right now, but that's okay. That's not what I'm looking at right now. Are the 3 bevels the same depth? They're the same distance from the edge. So right now it's edge distance. From the original edge, that is. Okay, so... yeah, let's just get that plane. Because I'm not 100% sure if I should keep using this, keep using the Hermite splines for this. Because it's not really the Hermite thing that I want to get. You know what? I'm just going to make a separate function and comment this out so that I don't have to use this. Okay, so what we really want is we would need a name for that plane. I guess we call it the boundary cut plane, maybe, for this bevel half edge. Or the get boundary cut plane. Okay, so we have P0 is itself. Which would be, I think it's just position. And then P1 would be the one on the other side, which would be the half edge across the bevel. I guess we want the vertex across, actually, yeah. So mesh dot get vertex position, vertex across. And then, do we actually even need the normal directions? I kind of feel like we don't need them. Which is kind of wild. But it sort of makes sense. If the normals can be like this deviated, and there should be like a single answer that's consistent, then maybe we just don't use them at all. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Okay, and then we have the direction of this, which is actually kind of handy that we're doing it from this source, because that's D1. That's the same as the bevel direction. Or D0 in our case. That's just direction, and then we have the original vertex position. Do I have that in here, or is that in the... that's in the junction. Original vertex position. Cool. OG corner. Noob here, I have no clue what you're doing. Are you trying to reverse engineer how it works in Unity? No, I am making a 3D modeling tool inside of Unity, but the modeling tool itself is going to be a standalone application. So I'm basically making Blender in Unity that I'm going to release as a standalone application. Wait, did I say I'm making Unity in Blender? I'm making Blender in Unity. Can you afterwards do the average of P0 and P1 projections onto the original edge? I guess I could, yeah. But then I'm not really visualizing it in isolation right now, so it's a little annoying to test. Your lecture on quaternions was really good. Thank you. I am glad you liked it. And I'm sorry I rushed the quaternions at the end. I kind of ran out of time. But I figured that's okay. I got the most important stuff across. The building blocks are there, you know? Okay. What do we call the direction from that one? We never gave that a name. It's just green. I guess it's P0, P1 or something. Okay, and then we do the cross product to get kind of the I guess it's the bitangent. In which case this would be the tangent to that plane. So that would be the cross product between the tangent and the direction, I think. What major selling points would your software have of a Blender for a new starter to game modeling? It would be easy to use instead of overwhelming. I think that's the biggest one. Oh yeah, right, because the purple one is not the actual normal, but it's almost the normal. Right, so we're going to do the Gram-Schmidt orthonormalization process, I think. I think that's what this is called, according to Wikipedia. I'm not a mathematician, so... yes, I did a talk about quaternions. It is on, I think it was Nordic Game Jam that hosted that talk. So yes, it was. So search for Nordic Game Jam and quaternions and you will find it. Okay. So this would be tangent, and then we get the bitangent, which would be, where's the direction? D0. I guess we could just, or no, let's keep D0. Why not? Did you see Blender's modeling code? Nope. Okay, so we got the tangent, bitangent, and we also want to normalize this. And then we want the normal. Hell yeah, we got it. Math, cross between, let's see. So if we do, what order did we do? We did tangent cross D0, which means we would get tangent cross D0. So we would get this vector. And if we want that vector, we need to do oh, it would be, yeah, it would be the tangent cross bitangent. Can I vibe code this? If you want to, you can go do that, but I will not. Okay, and then we want a point inside of this plane. I guess it's natural to pick the midpoint of this green line. So that would just make our plane. I feel like there's a much easier solution using the directions of each edge and having Bezier curves with control points, some value along those lines. Well, the tricky part is what control points do you pick? That's the thing, that's the hard part, right? And that's the thing I'm solving now. Because there's a... Like, in a project like this, it's kind of stunning how many assumptions you make that just never work out. So, like, I've been through so many cases of like, oh, this should just be this and then that. And then it ends up being way more complicated than that. So like your intuitions when it comes to geometry is often kind of off. Not saying you personally, but just like in general. Okay, so average, and then the normal of that plane. I believe that should be it. We're not using the corner now, though. I guess, do we actually need the cut plane? What would be the prompt? Why are you writing the prompt? That's literally the only thing you do as a vibe coder. That's up to you. Don't ask us how to make your prompt. Go do your slop coding. I'm not gonna do that for you. Yeah, I don't even know if I need this actual point. Maybe I can just return the, or like the plane. Maybe I can just return the point. So this would be the get boundary cut corner point, I suppose. Okay, and then all we need to do is, do I project or do I raycast? I think I raycast because projection might give us the wrong point. Because this normal might not necessarily point toward the point. Yeah, I think I have to raycast rather along the purple direction. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So that would be a ray from the OG corner in the direction of D0. And then we try raycast the plane. Oh, it's a Boolean raycast. Where are my raycast functions? Okay, there it is. Okay, there we go. We don't want conditional raycast. This should always work. We're not going to make any assumptions about failure states. What's the dev goal? I'm making a 3D modeling tool in Unity. So I'm basically making Blender, but my own version of it. And right now I am solving a mesh operation called a bevel. So a bevel is basically when you have a bunch of edges and then you want to make these corners, or the corners of all the edges, you want to round them. You want to make them soft, or cut them, or just cut them straight across. That stuff is generally called a bevel, or a fillet, or a chamfer. I don't know. I only ever read these words, so I don't know how to pronounce them. Yeah, and so that's the problem I'm solving right now. On a more granular level, I'm right now working out the control points, or a corner here for the control points to generate a cubic curve connecting these two vertices. So I'm going to do that between these two, and these two. So I'm going to use that to place vertices along each of these edges, to create faces along here, and then eventually tessellate the cap in the middle here as well to generate that geometry. That's what I'm doing. That was a brief overview from top to bottom. Do you code alone? Generally. Sometimes I do freelance work, but generally I code alone. Okay, so raycast gives us a position. Perfect. So I guess we can just return that. Maybe I should use the try raycast function now that I think of it. Yeah. Something defensive programming or something. Do I have a geometry exception? No. I have a topological loop exception. And an invalid topology exception. Maybe I'll just use that. That's okay. Bevel, corner, raycast, failed. Okay. I use a tablet in general, except for the past like the past 30 seconds I drew with a mouse when I did the quick explainer here, which I hate drawing with a mouse. it's awful. Okay. I suspect this is not a general solution for bevel. What if you have 4 or 5 edges from corner vertex? That's going to be the next problem. That's what I'm not doing right now. So I'm going to do the simple problem first and then do the more difficult problem. But the boundary here is going to be the same regardless of the number of edges. So this code is going to be the same. The reason I'm doing the triangle is because the triangle is actually harder than having 4 incoming connections. And then once you go beyond 4, you can kind of like subdivide it to use triangles and quads. So I think if I have triangles and quads working, I think all the rest is going to be easier. Okay, so if we have the boundary cut corner point, I think that means maybe we can revive this little function. And then what am I doing here? Original vertex position minus position. Oh, because the... Okay, that's okay. Let's just put a little to-do here. So I'm gonna need to do that later. I think so this was the old code. I can type, I promise. Old code. Let's do that, and then new code. So now I think we just make use of this, the get boundary corner cut points. And then we want I always forget if there's multiply by 2 for Hermite splines. Wait, but I shouldn't use that actually. Hold on, because I have code for, yeah, hold on. Right, now I remember. I need to use this function. Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is the thing. What? Why are you advertising vibe coding in my channel? What? Why? I'm trying to find a more aggressive button to click for this user, but I feel like there's not a button that's like aggressive enough for what I want to click. Okay. I guess hide user from channel. Does that like hide it for me? Or does that like hide it for everybody? It's a little unclear. Did it like delete their messages or I don't know. I don't know what it looks like on your end. Disappeared here as well. See them gone. Okay, cool. Nice. Cool. There was no like block button, so I'm like, why is there? There's like hide user from channel, which is like a little vague. The disgust of vibe coding. Yeah, I mean, I do have a disgust for vibe coding, but it's a difference between like, then also advertising it here. Out of all the locations you could go to advertise that, just, oh my god, get out of here with your slop garbage. I keep forgetting what I had for V0 and V1. Corner point profile and then P0 profile. That's projected to the plane of right. I feel like I should have commented a little bit more here. Okay, so where do I use the normal? Plain normal. So this is incorrect. Maybe I do actually want to have the plane here. Maybe I want the plane, you know? Because then I can just do the normal there, and then the corner point in profile. Corner point. That's the original corner. Okay, I believe that's correct. Hold on, let me think. Plain normal. Do I wanna project array cast? I guess I'm doing that again. I guess I'm not really doing the whole profile thing anymore. So I don't know why I'm trying to stick to that. Well, actually, I guess because I need the when I get the scale for the Bezier curve, I need to flatten that along the plane normal. But I don't think I need the skewing stuff anymore. I feel like I have too much. I have like duplicate code and like half spread out. I don't like the way that I structured this. So I feel like I don't really need this anymore. Yeah, because this was supposed to be the vector from the corner to the corner point, projected to the cut plane. So let's go back to, where did I put the code? Maybe I should just like move this function. I don't know why I put this in here. Actually, I guess it kind of makes sense to put it in here. Okay, where's my bedge? Here it is. Let's go to this one. We're just gonna turn this back into the corner plane. You know what? I can remove get if you don't like things starting with get. Let's just turn it into a property. There we go. Let's just scoot that out. Return. Plane 3, and then... Oh, I guess that should probably be part of this code. Then back to the... Oh, I closed something, but that's okay. Probably. I'm sure. Okay. So, OG corner is corner point, I believe. And then we have D0. We don't know D0. We kind of need to know D0, actually. That used to be called shared direction, but let's just call it D0 to make it consistent. I feel like I should just have the plane code in here as well. Why do I even have the plane code separate? Am I ever going to use the plane for anything except this? I don't know. Feels a little silly to have this be separate, but... Because now I need to pass a bunch of parameters. They're basically the same parameters. Or no, wait, I already had it. D0. Okay, never mind. Was a corner bevel wizard math code solved yet? Soon. Hopefully. We're getting there. There was a big bug yesterday that I finally found the solution to. We're right now I'm just doing some implementation of the math, and also being sad about how disorganized my code is. Like I feel like, why do I not just return a Bezier curve here? Like why am I like super minimalistic and like returning the control points and be like, ooh, I don't want to return the minimum data. Like why? Why am I doing that? That's unintuitive. Okay, so we don't want to do this. So that's the intersection point now, I believe. And then we have the cut plane. Okay. That badge is purple. It is not blue. Debate settled. Okay, I'm sitting like super uncomfortably. I don't know why I was sitting so awfully. I should be comfortable and like have some tea and be comfortable. That's a new ranking system. It's like, I guess it's like how good of a viewer you are. Like how many algorithm points you're getting for participating in this activity. Wait, why is this? Can I not lower my armrests further? Is this as low as they go? Oh, I'm pulling the wrong thing. Oh, there we go. Oh, is that better? Okay, maybe that's good. I don't know why I'm whispering, as if the chair is going to judge me if I like adjust the armrests a little incorrectly. Okay, is that better? Oh wow, that's way farther down. Oh my god, is this good? I don't even know. Left one is not good. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay. Wait, the right one is too high. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm being a little bit OCD about this. I can't have my armrests be like 2 millimeters apart. Oh my god, hold on. Okay, tiny bit more. There we go. Why is this perpetually higher than the other one? Extremely exciting stream content. I'm sorry. Are you planning on exporting the models made from this app? Yes. I haven't decided exactly on all the formats yet, but at the very least, I already have OBJ and STL because they are extremely basic formats. So that's already supported for exporting. I want to support GLTF, ideally FBX as well, but FBX is a closed file format, which is a little bit annoying, so I'm not 100% sure how that's going to go. But there's like third-party FBX stuff that I might be able to use for that. Yeah, these armors, I'm still not happy with these, but I figure I have to like continue. So I can't adjust armrests for an hour. Okay. Let's see. So. V0, where do we define that? Corner point profile, P0 profile. I don't think we need to do the whole profile shenanigan again. I think we just do P0 here and P3 here, and the linear component should already be handled. If you support GLTF, you probably won't need FBX. Probably. I think the problem is that like FBX is such a like I mean I think FBX is kind of the industry standard right now as far as I know, and so it's probably good to support it. Exporter is trickier than importer? Really? I feel like exporter is much easier. Because when you export, you only have to ever target one version of the file format, and you can like populate whatever you can and want to. But when you're importing, you have to like parse all the different versions. You have to like take all the edge cases into account and like branch and like, I don't know. Reading from exported files, do you already try to verify possible limitations? As in importing stuff into half-edge, or for other applications to read the files that I export? Which one? I'm not sure what you mean by limitations. I mean, there's... I mean, some file formats don't support all the features, like... STL doesn't have vertex normals, for example. But OBJ does. But I don't know if OBJ has arbitrary UV channels. You mean export to GLTF? Yeah, exactly. I feel like export is so much easier than import. Okay, so let's see. I'm so scatterbrained right now. We are getting the yellow point in the middle here. That is the corner point profile. And then we grab the scale factor, which is based off of V0 and V1. Here's a moral question. You ready for the moral question? Okay. I'm just recreating the scenario here, sort of. Okay, so let's say the points were a little bit further skewed. Kind of like this. So basically this whole thing has been shifted in that direction. I think I know the answer to this question. Yeah. I don't think this is a conundrum. Or wait. Yeah, no. Okay. Well, the moral question that I was going to ask, but I realized which one is the right answer. So like if you have an arc filling this part right here, we're kind of getting the corner point right? For the part that's like perpendicular to the normal there, and the part that's perpendicular to the normal of this one. Kind of like that, right? And the thing that I was thinking about was what angle should I use when figuring out how to approximate a circular arc across this edge? Should it be this angle between these two? Or should I project these onto the purple? I guess I should do purple. Onto the plane of the direction of this purple vector here, so that we kind of have a projected version of all of these. So should I get the angle between those two instead, which would be here? And I think I know which one is correct. So maybe I won't tell you the answer. That's the takeaway lesson to think with your own brain circuitry, as an exercise to not use ChatGPT. But the answer is this one, I think, because like if I have a bevel on the other side, the control points on this side has to match the control points on the other side, regardless of what the other side looks like in terms of skew, right? So like if the other side of this bevel is skewed like that, or skewed like super extreme like that, like they have to have the same control point when it comes to where it places that control point. And if it uses the other angle, it's going to use a different magnitude for those. Oh, the perspective of the drawing is sort of like this. I don't know if you can tell from this one, because it's a bit of a bunch of weird angles. Kind of has to be. I can't use orthogonal ones, because then the problem doesn't really arise. Okay. So yeah, I just projected to that plane, I believe. So I think we just use those directly, and then we project those onto project to plane of D0, I believe. Okay, because then we get the angle, and that gives us the scale factor. And then I believe we're good to go. Yeah. Wow. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Assuming this works. Which it might just not work. And let's see. Okay, fine, I'll leave it in there. I don't like having that in there. Okay, where do I have errors? That's where I need to insert my new code. I would guess this to do the projection, as the slanted Bezier curve should be skewed version of the Bezier curve that would be between the points if they were aligned. Yes, exactly. Okay, so do I use that function in here? Or like where? Yes, that's literally the function I had there. Okay, so we have D0, cut plane, and corner point. Outer corner point, why do I even calculate the outer corner point? Isn't that given? Or no, wait, because this is an isolated function for that. Oh, that makes it more annoying to do this. Oh no. Oh no, okay, well then I'm gonna just give up on my aspiration to have this in its own separate thing. Goodbye. And I'm just gonna put that in here. So we have P0, this is, well, it's P3, and then D0. Instead of P1, we do P3, P3, and then coupling, that is now calculated in here, so we don't pass it in. And a corner point, that's still passed in. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then I believe that's all the information we should need in there. Yeah. Oh, right. I had this whole thing. How did I... It feels weird to use this code. I feel like I just shouldn't even have this code here because I shouldn't separate the two locations. But I guess it's actually a good test case. Yeah, I should actually just make this work. So what? Wait, did I close the one thing that I didn't want to close? I might have. No, I still have this one. Okay, but that's not where it is. Okay, we're gonna use the back button. Come on. Yeah, here. Okay, it's still in spline patch. Okay, P0, P3, D0, corner points. So P0, P1 in this case, and then D0 would be direction, and corner point, which would be the original vertex position, I believe. Okay. So that, well, it's not, okay, so this is like a Bezier P1, and Bezier P2, but because I'm returning a Hermite curve, which is like, why am I even doing that? I'm just gonna return a Bezier cubic. And then that means that this one is going to be slightly different. Actually, this is going to be the same code, regardless. I believe. Yeah. I feel like I don't even need this edge case now. I think I can just... Can I not just... I'm just gonna comment all of this out. Just delete all of that. P0, hold on, P3. I could have gotten caught in that, but I didn't. So my brain did a clever moment for 1 microsecond. P2, P3. Okay, so P0, P3, and the half-edge direction, which is used for the face normal, which is actually a little bit overkill for this. No, or maybe. Actually, we'll see what happens. I think it'll be interesting regardless. we're just gonna see what happens. Okay, so that one should now line up with the rest. So we got our spline here. This is now a Bezier. So we get the vertex arc, and then we evaluate it, push the vertices. Where do I do the patch though? Because that has to use the new code. Oh wait, it's gotta be in here. No. Here. Yeah, that should use the same code now. Okay. Alright. Moment of truth, maybe. Hopefully. Sort of. We'll see. Sorry, I haven't been reading chat. I was trying to lock in and think for a moment. Okay. Is it gonna work? Will it blend? For some reason, will it blend just popped up in my head. Was that like early YouTube? Was Will It Blend like one of the early YouTube channels? Wasn't that when they were like putting things in a blender? It was like the hydraulic press channel before hydraulic press. Okay, this is a complicated bevel. Alright, alright. Boom. What? My corner raycast failed? No. No. Why? I mean, it's not looking too shabby though. I feel like these arcs are pretty valid, I think. I think we're vibing with these arcs. But why did my raycast fail? Well, what's up with this? See, my defensive programming actually paid off. Okay, so wait, but why does it work if... Oh, because it's the... Oh, wait, hold on. It's the... Yeah, oh, I'm passing in the normal here. That's incorrect. Okay. So I should be passing in the direction, not the normal. I think the corner point is still correct. Yes. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. That makes sense. Easy bug to fix. Easy bug to fix. Better than 6 hours of debugging, because I'm pretty sure that was it. Oh, someone asked what's after Bevels? I'm not sure. I kind of like going one thing after another. I think that I really wanted to have a closed alpha version ready this year. So I think if I want to have that ready, I'm gonna have to get into a bunch of like boring bug fixes and stability stuff. So I think that's gonna be next on the agenda. But also after Bevels is a that's making a lot of assumptions. That's skipping ahead in time. Okay. Well, it's certainly something. Okay. Let's see. We have 300, I believe, is... Okay, so this line is calculating 210 and 120, which is 210 and... Where the heck is 120? Oh, it's in here. Okay. 210, 120. Okay. So P0, P1. I think I need to do P201 here. I think that's what's wrong. Is there a way to adjust the divisions? Yes. But that's a national secret. Better? Like, I like this shuriken better than the other one. This one has kind of like a whirlpool vibe that the other shuriken didn't really have. Like it has these like nice little spirals going in. Let's see, P0, P2, and then D0, but then somehow that one is in the incorrect location. If you get this bevel corner going, does that mean it'll basically work for a 4 and 5 edge corner? The boundary will work, but the hole filling is going to have to be different depending on the number of edges. Oh yeah, wait, this is super wrong. These points should be here. I think, hold on, let me consult the ancient tomes. Yeah, that's incorrect. We don't like that. So we want 300, 210, 120. So these blue points should be up here. And so, okay, so 021, 012, this one should use 030, which is the point 1, and D1, and P0. Or no, wait, that's what it is now, but that's not what it should be. It should be 210, 120. Yeah, this should calculate these points. And presumably this is just a cyclical shift for all of these. Okay. I think. Can we get the notes as a poster? People keep saying that, but I don't know if people would actually want it. What? Like, I don't know. Like, if I don't even want it, like, why would anyone else want it? I guess for me it's mundane because I do it all the time, but maybe other people appreciate it. Well, almost there. I guess we this is the first time we have like a non-shuriken error. But we're almost there. We're very close. I guess we just flip all of these and that should be it. The colors you use make it look tasty. I guess. I did pick a color scheme that I've been using for my stuff. Does make it look cohesive. I did consider like I could make something like that that's like actually useful for like classrooms or something. Oh my god. Good lord. It only took like 3 streams of I don't even know how many hours, and I need to get up early tomorrow. But I believe this is it. There's one more test to do. I need to test the extreme angles because that's the easy case. Okay, let's do some extreme angles. I forget what kind of angle I did last time. You should be kind of planar at the very least. Okay. God damn, this looks perfect. Holy shit, I think we actually did it. Oh my god, what an ordeal just for this little cap. Oh my god. I feel like I deserve something nice, like water. I'm gonna have some water. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What are the lines in the back that are kind of connecting in the corners? Like these? Hold on, cats are happening. Look at this little man. Oh no, he doesn't want to be here. Wah, whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Wah, wah. Zoop. There he is. His name is Toast. This is Salad's brother. Hey. Yeah. Is that so? Yeah. Toast, toast. It's a microphone. Yeah. Yeah. What? 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 Looks like soup in a good way. What? Toast. Whoop, bloop, bloop, bloop. Yeah, don't fight, you two. No. Hey. Stop it. No. Toast is not friends with the cat that I'm fostering right now. So they're sometimes getting a little angry with each other by the gate. Okay. Oh, I'm so happy to see this. I'm so happy to see this thing. Yeah. Can you see your last message? Probably, but I would need to scroll up and find a longer chat because I can just see the stuff that's on screen chat right now. I guess here. Which? You asked, what are the lines in the back that are kind of connecting the corners? Please reduce divisions. Well, there's kind of multiple divisions right now. One is the smaller dots here, and then the other one is the larger dots. And the larger dots are the actual vertices. The smaller dots is just for debugging. There's one after that. How do I just quickly see someone's messages? Oh, you said if you zoom in under all the dots, it looks like there's two lines near each other that aren't following the curve. Oh, are you talking about like these lines? These? Those just completely locked up my editor. Those are, that's for the face filling, like filling in all the faces of the bevel, and it's incomplete. So I just kind of, right now I just connected a small number of faces. So that would be the next step to make the actual faces, because right now it's just vertices that are floating. But I think we can now at least clean up the debug information. So if we go to the, where did I put it? Junction? Oh my god, Salad. Mr. Man. Hello. Hey. Yeah, you can play with Lumpy. Yep. Okay. Well, the cats are all waking up and doing shenanigans. That's why I have to run away every now and then. Okay. We're done with the vertex paths, so I believe that's good. And then bevel half edge, we're not going to look at that. We're going to look at the bevel junction. No, because we're doing a debug in here. Yeah, here's the debug thing. Debug Bezier triangle. Then in here. Yeah, that's the subdivision count. Int dot fill subdivisions. Let's put that at something. What do I have for 47 or something? It's an uncomfortable number. I don't know why I used 47. Let's use like 32 or something. Okay. What? Is Thor out of water? He's pawing at the water bowl. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hey, mister. Hello. He wants some water. Yeah, we're going for water.
I got some wine to celebrate. Look, no, we can't look because the camera doesn't want to focus, but trust me, there's wine in here. Okay, it's probably too warm still. My glasses are fogging up. I don't know if you can see the... Wine coding. That seems much better than vibe coding. Hell yeah. Wine coding. It is, what's it called? Mulled wine? It's like a... I don't even know if it's a Christmas tradition elsewhere, but mulled wine, at least in Sweden, there's like a common tradition to have that around Christmas. It's like a very, very winter type of wine. I think, is it called mulled wine? Yeah, oh jeez. My Chrome just got really confused. Oh, that's large. Yeah, spiced wine. Look at this. Doesn't this look cozy and Christmassy? This is the vibe. Okay, this is too intense. I'm not doing this in my kitchen, so I am actually using a microwave, which I'm sure that would get me hung somewhere for like some type of incorrect Christmas witchcraft. Yeah, this looks too complicated. I just microwave it. I buy it in a bottle and then I microwave it, which kind of gets you to this end result. So. Oh, mold? You thought it was mold? Oh, right. I don't, how do you pronounce it? Mold? 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 I feel like they're very similar. Okay. Subdivisions. Can I just use the same subdivision count? Is it gonna line up then? I guess I'll just set it to 0 so we don't get the internal points. Mold like cold? Yeah, I feel like that's the same, it's like the same vowels. Mold, cold, mold. Okay. These are now actual, real, true vertices. These are not debug drawings. And so I think the next thing is you can see these faces here. These are incorrect. So the next step is to put faces between all of these vertices. I set up the code for that much earlier and it just didn't work because I had like a gazillion things I had to fix before I could make that work. But now I think I fixed all of those things, and now I think I can go back to the face filling. And so I guess I will try to figure out where I put that code, because who knows where I put code. Fill holes, that seems irrelevant. Fill junction sounds relevant. Okay, and then we do the Bezier triangle. Okay, here's where I shoved in the exception to change this. Okay, so there's a few things that are happening here. I think it's mixing up the boundary edges with the internal indices, I believe. Or no, it's gotta be putting the wrong... The boundary edges are in the wrong spot. So like corners here. Oh, I just put them in whatever order. So let's see, where does it go? So this is vertex 0 in the bottom. And so the boundary yeah, I think I could just swizzle these. That's what I tried last time, but it didn't work. But I think that will work now. I think. I hope. Maybe. Does your beveling work on curved edges, like around the top of a cylinder? Well, we would first need to test to see if it works on this case, right? Because I haven't looked at that case for a long time. It used to work, but I don't know if it works anymore. We might have broken it. It's broken. So it's broken. I think I know where that's broken though. So like if I were to do a cylinder, it would break in the same way. That's not what I wanted to test. I wanted to test this case. What? Okay, so that is still incorrect. Then the solution is to just try offsetting it by 1 yet another time. Just keep on doing +1 or -1s in your code until it works. Another thing you can try is multiplying by -1 in various places. And the goal is to have like an even number of sign errors in your code so that eventually it's going to be correct. Ooh, 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 we are close. This looks like we also have a winding order issue. Yeah. Oh god, I feel like a lot of this would be solved by just doing my vertex generation correctly instead of incorrectly. I'm doing this in such a stupid way. So let's see if we just do one axis, in other words, we break after here, and then no, we can leave that as is. That's okay. Okay, bevel, boom. What do we got? Where's the triangle? There it is. Okay. Should this be there? Let me think. We are getting the tetrarch on the x-axis and the arc index is it just reversed? Final V3 is your favorite podcast? There's a podcast that's called that? That's good. Okay, I feel like Yeah, I feel like that the patch actually has the incorrect intermediate points here. Or no, because that's kind of our ground truth, isn't it? Let me think. So we have 300 is the red vertex there. It's got green, that's 201, 102, and then 003, which is the blue vertex. That's all correct. I think the boundaries are actually correct. But that makes no sense. Why would it connect there? Or no, it should connect there. It's the... I'm mixing up all of these different coordinates. Because the internal points, it's gotta be that they're using a different labeling scheme somehow. Let's use a reset this to 012 again, just to get a refresher on that. Wait, what? I need to fix that bug. Come on. Okay. Zip. Okay. Wait. Hold up. Or what? Oh, there's so many different places that this goes wrong. There's so many different like things that can flip and be reversed and be clockwise instead of counterclockwise, and there's so... Oh my god. Oh, this really is index hell. So I don't expect these lines to originate from here. They should originate from here, I think. And they should connect to these two. So it's like two things are wrong now. It's like I need to rotate it one step, but I need to do that both for the boundary and for the internal points, which I guess I can debug the internal points too, and now that I think of it, that would actually help a lot. That would help a great deal. Okay, let's change the subdivision because I think it's a little bit much right now. 5 seems kind of manageable. And then guess it's just in here. Okay, so how do I get those? vertices. Do I generate those vertices here even? Yeah. I do fill junction. These are the boundary vertices, right. Hold on. Tetrarch. I is the... Hold on. Okay, so... If tetrarch... If I pass in 0, which is the vertex 0, I think the arc that belongs to that I already generated is this one, which is incorrect. So I would want to start here, because then I pass this one into it. I think. Or no, because I'm yeah, corners I, but the I that I pass into tetrarch should be I minus 1 modulo 3, I think. So previous mod 3. I think. Okay, still not debugging all of the points, but I'm pretty sure that should be like that. Okay, so now the boundary is what I would expect. But the internal points, why would that be rotated? Okay, you know what? I was gonna debug this, so let's just do that. Let's just draw some labels. That would help a lot. So we are gonna do for each tetra to vertex, I would like to deconstruct, please. So this is the tetra coordinate and this is the vertex index. So we got the position, mesh dot get vertex position. Position. I guess we can be a little spicy and color it based off of the tetra coordinates as well. So we would do color or draw dot color equals cutie dot tetra to barycentric tetra Please tell me there's a constructor like this. Oh, god damn it. I guess we can do float 4, and then I cast it to a collar. God damn it. Unity? Why do you not have this? Do I really need to cast it to a vector 4 and then cast it to a color? Oh, there's an implicit cast from vector 4 to color, but not an explicit cast from float 4 to color. Like, with the... Why? Why? Not okay. Unplayable. Okay. And then we do draw text. Text. There we go. Position. And we draw the integer tetra coordinates, I believe. To string. I don't know about the font size here. Did I use a reasonable font size before? Oh, 0.6. Sure. Let's just put that at the top. Okay, this is gonna look messy, but that's okay. Life is messy. Okay, I don't know if I was ready for life being this messy. This is too much for me to deal with. I'm sorry. If your life is that messy, I'm not gonna be able to handle. Too much. I don't like the way that I formatted that. That's very verbose. Guess I'll just guess we're doing manually. So that's t dot x. Okay, I feel like the font size was very aggressive. Okay. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. This is good. Okay, yeah. Now we can clearly see the mix-up, right? Because this boundary should sort of blend into the colors upwards. And it does not. And if you look at the numbers, there's a big leap between those two. Well, it's a little weird that this looks kind of fine up there, but then this doesn't work at all. Okay. So it looks like it's two things that are wrong. It looks like the outer boundary needs to be like rotated one step, and then each edge has to be reversed, like in and of itself. Okay, let's start by reversing those Let's see, vertices across. Can I use the reverse index notation here to start from the end? I forget. Is it like J? No, it's 1 minus J, I think, to access it in reverse. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Will half-edge have a bloom slider? I haven't decided how much post-processing I'm putting in half-edge yet. Never thought bevels were this hard. Bevels is just like one of the harder problems in meshing. Index out of range. Really? But I thought I could do the thing. Isn't like... Or is it just negative J? Because I thought if I do 1, that's a last element, right? Oh wait, it's plus J, not negative. Right. Okay. This is basically why modeling software was so expensive in the first place. It's kind of wild just how much research went into computer graphics. Like, there's like an explosion in papers around... I don't even know the years. I'm bad with years. But early 3D had like a huge amount of research into CAD and surfaces and splines. Okay. So what are we seeing now? Now I'm seeing... I think the correct... Yeah, I think the correct order. I just need to rotate it all. Or wait, hold on. Well, I guess it depends on which colors I'm looking at. Hold on. Because I feel like these should line up with the outer shell. In which case, they do not. Yeah, it should line up with both. So both of them are wrong now. But the outer shell, I just need to rotate 1 step, I think. Oh wait, is it just either changing this to next mod or leaving it at I? Okay. What? Yeah, we should have used next mod, I believe. Next mod 3. I can never tell what direction that goes. The time to even debug this would kill my patience. The trick is to make it look pretty so that you're like appreciating what you're looking at when you're debugging. I believe we did it. This looks correct. And even the face is correct now. Everything just snapped into place. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cool. See the power of debugging. Okay. Now, I believe we can just like unlock the rest of the faces, draw the rest of the owl, and surely we're not going to run into any further bugs with this. All I need to do is just let go of my constraints and just let it run loose, run free. Frolic amongst the vertices and the triangles. All right. Come on, code. Show me what you got. This looks really good. We are very much cooking. I expected it to go further, but I think I might have added a few more constraints somewhere. What did I do? I might have added a -1. Let's see, how would this be constructed? It would have been... Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that the corner isn't filled in. Excuse me? Okay, I'm gonna remove the -1. Just to see if it vibes. Can it render triangles too, or is it only quad mesh? So in general, I can do, I mean, both triangles and quads. It's just that the bevel, I'm trying to make as many quads as possible. So I'm gonna have to insert, in some cases I'm gonna have to insert a triangle though, but I'm a little surprised it's not going all the way to the edge though. Key not found. Yeah, I basically got an index out of range. Wait. Why? Why does this line exist? Why do I have this here? This doesn't make sense, does it? Like, what? That would just skip over. Okay, I'm just gonna comment that out. Hope that that didn't happen. It's a general process for bevels to make a sphere where the faces are tangent and then step in some angle subdivisions over that arc. That's one of the ways to do it, but that's not what I'm doing now. Because that's kind of hard to generalize for stuff that's not 3 edges or less. So anything with more edges kind of gets weird. There we go. There we go. It just immediately worked. Hell yeah. Oh my god. I'm so happy to see this. I'm so happy to see this working. I've been in the trenches for so long. Oh my god. Okay. For so long, as in like 3 days, but you know, in streaming time, that's like a long time. World record run. I'm gonna submit this to speedrun.com. Cool. What's the next thing to test? Oh, yeah, the center one is the next one. And that would be anytime I have an uneven number of subdivisions, I think. That's when... Yeah, we're doing glitchless next, so we're gonna need to fill this hole. Because this is a little bit, you know, not allowed to go oob here. Yeah, I believe this is only for uneven subdivision counts. Okay, I do kind of want to try an even one. I think that's just going to work immediately because that doesn't have a central point. But I want to make sure. So let's change this to 8 just to be a little spicy. High number. I mean, 100% true ending, glitchless, that's like... Then I need to fill not only triangles, but n-gons. So I don't know if I'm ready to do those yet. Oh, this one probably added too many faces? Maybe? Oh wait, what is happening here? Wait, is this... There's an extra vertex in the middle. There's 3 vertices in the middle. Okay, so there's some kind of iteration somewhere where I do too many. That's gotta be in the junction. Or not. Maybe in the bevel. Fill junction. There we go. Create internal vertices. Okay, so iterating through. Okay, salad. Okay, hold on. I need to help my cat. Salad. Come on through, buddy. What does that shade of black even mean? Usually it means that the normals were like degenerate or was unable to calculate them, or it could be that like the mesh processor kind of failed halfway through when doing this vertex. But usually it's a normal direction that's wonky. Tetris in shell. Oh, because I'm iterating the sides. Okay. So if it's 1, I should If count is 1 and if side is 0, then we return the vertex. Otherwise, we break. So then this one should just not return further stuff there, I think. What are the extra floating vertices? Oh, those were incorrectly created. They shouldn't be there. That's probably why things exploded. So right now I was just trying to figure out why I got more vertices than I expected. I guess I don't technically have to have break there, but you know. Blip. That looks better. This is looking pretty good. Got a lot of numbers in our face here, and we can't really not see the numbers. They're a little bit in the way, but that's okay. God, I hate how the topology is so aggressively sharp here in the corner. You like the name Half Edge? It took so long for me to figure out a name for this. So I'm glad you like Half Edge as a name. I like it too. Passing just to say hi and say what you're doing is amazing. Thank you, and good night. Thanks for stopping by. Cool, okay. This didn't get any errors. And this is just one vertex, so that's good. We are... I believe we're cooking. I believe we are actually cooking right now. Let's try a... let's try the more extreme case. Do you ever hang around DGG anymore? Not that much, no. Yeah, I sort of realized that following US politics, I don't think it's good for my health. Because it is kind of... It's so hard to wrap your head around how all of these things can happen, and so many people who should care just don't care, and it's really depressing. So I think it was just bad for my health. It's like that thing where, like, if you care too much about things you can barely affect, you're kind of setting yourself up to feel shitty. And yeah, kind of like that, you know? And then I sort of got more into Hollow Knight, playing Hollow Knight for the first time, playing Silksong for the first time, and then I got into, like, following, like, Fireborn and his Silksong streams and playthrough, and that's just been a little bit more positive to follow, you know? Why did this not work at all? Why did this one just completely fail? Did I get that bug again? I feel that I have to take a break every once in a while. Probably should find a different hobby. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I feel like I know too much about US politics, and the moment you, like, I don't know, it's like if you know a lot about what's going on in the US, it's really hard to not feel like you're the crazy one. Just like seeing how normalized some of that garbage has become, and you're trying, like, desperately to convince people that, like, this is extremely not normal, but somehow it's the boiling frog thing, right? Like, the entire, like, US right wing has, like, completely lost their minds. And everybody's pretending like it's normal. I don't know, it's bizarre. What's even more bizarre is that my raycast is missing. Like, what? That's actually what's going on here. Why is the raycast missing? What the heck? What's your sleep schedule like? Glancing at the clock. You know, it should be better than it is currently. Who was streaming Silksong? There's a YouTuber and streamer called Fireborn who did a lot of Hollow Knight speedruns. And so a couple months ago-ish, I played the first Hollow Knight for the first time, which had been on my like backlog of games I should play for ages, and then I recently played it because I had earlier finished Nine Souls, and I thought Nine Souls was a great game, probably one of my favorite games. And then I played Hollow Knight, and now Hollow Knight is one of my favorite games. And then I played Silksong, and now Silksong is one of my favorite games. Although Silksong I have a complicated relationship with, but it's great. Very, very good. All three of those games are very, very good. Someone who's not living in the US and who's not a US citizen, US politics looks very crazy and unhealthy from the outside. Yeah. Yeah. I think I think a weird thing with US politics, I think the thing that's really weird about US politics right now is that everybody's really sensitive about the F word, fascism, right? But like, because I think everybody imagines fascism to look like the caricature of Nazi Germany, right? But that's not the one way fascism can happen. And I think like the US is rapidly sliding in that direction, but because the vibes are not Nazi Germany, because the vibes are like, we're just trying to, you know, make America great again, you know, thumbs up. And it's like, they're just looking more modern. It doesn't look like, you know, it's not all in grayscale, and it's you know, it's looking different. And so that can't be fascism, because fascism used to look like Nazi Germany. And it's like, well, if you like actually look at what's going on and the actions that people are taking intentionally and supporting intentionally, that is where it's going. But then somehow it's always trivialized. It's always trivialized to this like, oh, but Trump is like, he's like a funny guy. Like, sure, maybe he says stuff that's a little stupid sometimes, and I don't really support everything he says, but, you know, I think he's trying his best. Like, that's the opinion so many people have of what Trump is doing. But the reality of what he's doing is significantly worse than what people make it sound like. But for some reason, it's just been so normalized that it's just like, I'm losing my mind thinking about this, because it's baffling to me. It's like people just don't have any amount of critical thinking anymore. And like the American right has like created the perfect echo chamber and media bubble where it's like impossible to get out of it, because you don't trust anyone outside of your bubble. And so whatever people say, it's just gonna like wash off of you and disappear, because these people are getting so much propaganda And it's honestly just really, really sad. And there's so many people that are getting hurt and will get hurt by this. But Trump's a funny guy, so it doesn't really matter, right? He's just a funny TV guy. He's kind of funny. And Biden was boring, so. You know, what are you gonna do except fascism, you know? Like what is the logic here? Oh my god. Okay, anyway. I should extremely go to bed. So maybe I will tackle the maybe I'll tackle the proper corner solution later. Does this work at least? This one works. Okay, this one wasn't too bad. Yeah, this one works. Look at that. Look at that beautiful bevel. Isn't this so much nicer than US politics? Look at this. Look at this. Oh my god. It's so colorful. And it's fitting in perfectly. Tessellation could be better, but you know. That's okay. Can look at that later. Okay. All right. Wait, yeah, I should really wrap up the stream. Are there any questions or thoughts before I head out? Zoop. There you go, slightly more full screen on your end. How would you improve the tessellation? Well, there's kind of different ways of looking at it. So I had a, I had a custom solution for trying to get a nicer distribution of those vertices. But that was the thing that was inadvertently causing the bug that took like 5 hours to find. So that was actually my problem for my silly experiments. So I do actually have some visualizations for the tests that I did for this. Not that one. Not my dual quaternion spline. This one. There we go. Are you using a library for the viewer and vertex selection? Nope, it's all custom. Well, I mean, I'm using Unity, so like, I didn't write the engine, but everything else is custom. So this, yeah, I think this is my custom distribution. So let's actually compare it to the one that we're using right now is this one. So if you look at the way these are distributed, so it's kind of like, this is a naive interpretation of all of the barycentric coordinates. Then there's like a projection I can do where I project the, it's basically tetrahedral 4-dimensional barycentric coordinates, but I project them back into the 3D barycentric coordinates, and that gives us this instead. And the advantage with this one is like, it's sort of trying to maintain parallel lines close to the edges, but then close to the corners, we get kind of a lot of distortion, right? So then I tried some experiments to get this to be a little bit more relaxed, right? And then I ended up with this one. So I really like this one because it's getting closer to trying to make every quad like about about the same like aspect ratio, right? Which I think is kind of nice. But the problem was that when I had more than like 7 subdivisions, this arc actually goes outside of the triangle also, which I thought was caused by something else. But yeah, that was the last stream where I spent so much time figuring that out. I guess I could just add more examples so I can show you. Did you base that technique from any papers? Not these, no. Not the barocentric stuff. How do you feel now that you beat Bevel % speedrun? Feels good. I feel like I'm learning. I'm making progress. I feel like I'm gonna be ready to do the glitchless soon. 100% is gonna take a while, but I think glitchless is the next one. Okay. You can kind of see the progression here. Well, now we're having performance issues. Let's see. What? Wait, I thought I put an offset on my debug view. Did I not? Maybe I had an option for changing it. Yeah, I guess I could. Yeah. Fine. Wait. Yeah, it's Thor. Thor wants me to go to bed. He doesn't like it when I stay awake for long. First time here, use middle mouse to focus frame selected. What? What are we? What about that? Or what? Wait, I don't need to press play. I don't need to press play. Why did I press play? I don't need to press play. Wait. There we go. Okay. Wait, what? You mean middle mouse button? Look at frame selected? What? No? What? That doesn't do anything. I mean, I can press F to frame selected. I didn't know the middle mouse button did anything for related to that, but I'm already using frame selected, so I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. Or are you, are you asking if I have that in half edge or what? What do you mean index out of range? Wait, labels? Oh, it has some hard-coded labels to optimize a thing. That's why I didn't have a dynamic amount. Because I hadn't... Or wait. It should still be the same amount of labels though. Why am I getting index auto range here? Now that's weird. Instead of pressing F, config so your middle mouse button can do so, will it be faster? No thanks. I'm good. What? Why is this? What the butts? Or wait, Tetra? Oh, hold on. Oh, that's why. Because I did not write this correctly. Also, I use middle mouse to pan, you know? That's my pan button. It's already taken. There we go. Okay, now we can see the thing. So, basically, I liked this distribution. I think this is kind of like a good compromise solution, where they're sort of trying to be as square as possible, right? I think it's kind of nice. Like, I think this is much better than this, because for this one, there's so much distortion in the middle. Like, these are very, like, kite-shaped. Like, ideally, all of these should be as square as possible, right? Then the projected variant is a little bit better when it comes to area, I think. I think here the area of each of these cells is closer to being even. But I don't like how thin, like, all the edge ones are. And there's still a lot of distortion, because these are, like, really, really distorted kites, right? Like, these are not square. So I did a thing where, like, I sort of took arcs, like Bezier arcs, in the, I guess, the barycentric coordinate space. So I did, like, quadratic Beziers for every intersection. So, like, I did a Bezier curve from here across to here, from here across to here, and from here across to here. So kind of like the three arcs that would sort of intersect at that point. And then I averaged the point between all three of those Bezier curves. And that gave me this, which I think looks kind of nice, because, like, I feel like it's not really optimizing for area, but I feel like it's kind of optimizing for internal angles. As if it's trying to make every corner like a 90-degree corner. But I just didn't know that it didn't really scale well, because the higher you go, the further out these points go. And this is obviously not good. Like, it has to be constrained within the triangle. And so I need to probably, like, add some weight to the Bezier curves that I put in there or something. Yeah. Is the edge parallel to the arcs taken into account anywhere? I considered doing that. So, like, one of the things I did was have two different options for if I wanted them to be, like, try to be aligned with the geometric tangent of each edge, or if they should point towards the opposite vertex. They are really nicely square, though. I mean, yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised at how square they look even at higher tessellations. Especially because I didn't, like, explicitly optimize for that. That's just kind of a side effect. But I was gonna do something. Right, the tangent mode. So, why did I not expose the Oh wait. I used to? Question mark? Very elegant if it works. Yeah, I think the real way of doing this, is like doing it in proper relaxation algorithm. Because I'm gonna need that eventually anyway when I do UV mapping for unfolding UVs. So this might be a good place to start in like a slightly smaller constrained situation. And the thing is, because these are integers, like the subdivisions are always integers between, 1 and usually up to 32 or something. I could actually just pre-compute all of these. Like, I don't even have to do that real time. I can pre-compute all of these points for every n. And so then I can run more expensive like relaxation algorithms, because now they're not pre-computed, which is too expensive. But so this was my experiment where I tried to make them, the internal curves use tangents pointing toward the opposite vertex instead. But it kind of didn't really work because this looks really bad. This is a horrible distribution. But I maybe I just got some weird thing wrong. Yeah, but I think it's probably related to the tangent that I use, because the tangent is like pointing outside of the triangle edge here the further up you go. So it's kind of inevitable that like the curve will eventually start traveling outside of the shape. Yeah. I guess I could probably do like a soft clamp or something. So like they would never go outside, and then I would like reduce it based off of how far out it is. I don't know. There's solutions there. I'll probably be able to figure something out. Or I could just do a relaxation algorithm and optimize for whatever I want to optimize for. And then it's probably going to look better. That's probably going to be like infinitely better, just immediately. Yeah. Okay. I super need to go to bed because I kind of need to get up early tomorrow. Any thoughts, questions before I head off? I should commit this code, actually. I haven't committed for ages. Not since I started doing the bevel stuff. And I'm kind of worried I'm gonna accidentally delete some code that I shouldn't. I can do that while you might have questions. If you can move F to the mouse, you will improve speed. You said that earlier, and thanks, but no thanks. I'm good. I'm happy with my current keybinds. I have been using Unity for like 13 years, and so I don't really need advice for basic navigation. But I appreciate the what do I appreciate? Let me think on this one. The enthusiasm. Oh god, I haven't committed for ages. Am I just gonna turn this into a massive commit and just accept fate? It's all sort of part of the same system, so it's fine. Yeah, Thor really wants me to go to bed. If you're wondering like who's screaming in the background, that's Thor. Because he wants me to go to bed. Thor, hey. Hey, buddy. Oh, Toast, hello. Wait, oh my god, why is so much added to the... There's so many things that were automatically added to my staging area. Don't like that.
Thor, hello. Yeah. I love you too, buddy. Yeah, I love you too.
Still committing? Yeah, I have a lot of stuff to go through. Let me give me some time. Give me some time. Like there's a lot, okay? Look at all of these files. This is irresponsible committing. I guess... Oh, this stuff is shapes, so that I don't need to care too much about. That's my plugin. That was an experiment. This is relevant. Although these are the things that I don't use anymore. These are tests. Dual quaternion stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna do the actually relevant stuff that I'm using in half-edge. I use fork. This client is called fork. It is very good. There used to be a thing called source tree, and fork is basically like source tree, except it actually works instead of not working. So that's good. Okay, so this was for debug drawing. This is like the only thing that's not related to the bevel, I guess. Okay, moved file, I guess. Or no, I probably renamed it. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna commit all the stuff related to what we worked on. Barycentric, cubic Bezier triangle, projection stuff, integer powers, plane 3, quadrangulated triangle, spline patch? Oh, it's a static one. Yeah, sure. That's okay. Are you using Unity to build out the app or this modeling app from scratch? Yes, I'm using Unity to make a modeling tool, yeah. But it is also kind of making a modeling tool from scratch because I'm not using any like third-party geometry things. So all the modeling stuff is my own. Because I believe there's like, you can use like existing geometry kernels and then like implement those. And I have not done that. So I'm writing my own for better or for worse. Okay, so a lot of this stuff is kind of like, this was my dual quaternion experiments, and I'm not using that in my bevels, I'm pretty sure. So I think maybe I will not commit those here. This is related, this is related. That's related. That's related. Serialization, this is different. This was when I added STL support. That was so little code. Like, oh my god. Okay, let me show you. Do you want to see the code for the STL exporter? This is the code for exporting an STL file. It was such a tiny amount of code. Because STL is like the most basic ass file format. that exists. It's so straightforward. It's like you give it some vertices, and then as a bonus, you also calculate a face normal for some reason, because, you know, you can derive that from the vertices, but the file format wanted it, so that's it. And then you add some empty bytes, and then there you go. Will you ever port the rendering and app itself with something like an OpenGL Vulkan backend? I don't think so, or I'm not sure why I would do that. Unless I want to just help my competitors, I suppose. But, I mean... yeah. I mean, it's... just to be clear, this is not a Unity plugin. This is a standalone application. So I'm going to make a build out of this, and then people are going to run it standalone, and they can use it for any engine, including custom engines. Okay, serialization tests. That is... oh, I do need to commit that one. Okay, shape generators, that makes sense. Adding debug, that makes sense. Bevel stuff, definitely relevant. Scene manager, ooh, this is unrelated. I improved my pairs iteration. I really like this extension method. So, I don't know if you use link in C#, but this is a really nice extension method. I'm so glad I made this one. Where if you have a list of items, the pairs function will basically return and iterate through every pair of items in that list. And then there's an optional parameter for if you want to wrap it so that it's a cycle. So for example, if you have a list of vertices and you want to iterate over all the edges connecting all of those vertices, then you would want pairs of vertices, right? And if they're connected in a cycle, then you would set wrap to true, and then you would get every pair of vertices in that list. It's such a simple little utility function, but I just find it super useful, especially for like quick debugging stuff. I just want to like toss in every pair of the things in the thing, you know? I like this function. I guess I just refactored it to be a bit more stable recently, so. I guess I can include that. Why not? Quaternions, that's for a separate experiment. This one I just commented out. Sure. I feel like I should just delete this if I'm not using it anymore. Okay. Okay. I guess I should commit the test stuff to... point balancer. Oh yeah, that one. Nah. Nah, I'm not using this. Text Mesh Pro. Feels weird to have that in version control. Wait, is this in root? Oh, it's in root. Oh no. That's not good. Okay, we should move that to tests. Tests over there. There we go. Anything you want to do differently than Blender? Yes, I want to do significantly less than Blender and make it a lot more user-friendly. I want to focus a lot on the UX. I want to target game developers specifically because Blender is appealing to a lot more than just game developers. And I believe this is a detriment to users who want to use a small subset of Blender. I usually compare Half-Edge to Procreate, where I don't know if any of you do 2D art or if you draw on the iPad, but there's an app called Procreate. And Procreate, on paper, Procreate has way fewer features than something like GIMP, which is also like a 2D art application or like a Photoshop equivalent that's open source and free. On paper, GIMP has way more features than Procreate. You can do so much more in GIMP than you can do Procreate, and Procreate is on the iPad, so it's kind of limited in terms of what you can do. But if you ask any artist which one they prefer to draw in, I guarantee there will be like an overwhelming amount will prefer Procreate over GIMP, even though GIMP has more features. And the difference here is like almost entirely in UX. And I think there's huge advantages in like laser focusing your UX on your specific target audience. And there's kind of this inherent problem when you have a big piece of software that need to appeal to everyone. And that is very complex, then you're kind of limited in terms of what you can do in UX. And so Blender is impressively large, but it does too many things for most people, at least most game developers. And so what I'm making is something more simple, but still powerful, like not simple, dumb, where you can only create cubes or whatever. I'm not making like a Minecraft voxel editor or whatever. So yeah, I'm making something that's intended to be more easy to pick up, focused on game dev, specifically like mid-poly game development, and low poly, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, did I save the scene? Maybe I saved the scene, sure. That's why Blender has so many plugins? Yeah. And there's been a lot of people who are like, why don't you just make a plugin for Blender? And it's like, well, the problem is not that I'm missing a feature and I would like to add a feature to Blender. That's not... That's not the problem, you know? The problem is UX. It's just like Procreate. It's such a good comparison, but I'm guessing most of you haven't used Procreate. But like... If you're thinking about like, what would I like to use in order to make my art? If I were to do it in GIMP or something that's just kind of, that has more features, but has a few UX issues, then like, it's a matter of like, do I enjoy using it or not, right? And like an application can have 10 times as many features as something else. But if you hate using it, if you don't like the way that the UX is set up, your work is going to suffer. And your motivation to do work is also going to suffer. And so when I think about Procreate, I enjoy drawing in Procreate. It's joyful. It's fun. Like it's nice. It feels fluid. I feel like I'm so close to the paper in a sense. Like it feels transparent to use. But when I use something that's not Procreate, which could be almost any of the alternatives, it's clunkier. Like everything is possible, but I'm further away from my work, right? Like, yeah, there is a way to get to the feature that I want, but it might be behind a weird hotkey, or I need to like click into a weird menu, and it's like, yes, the feature exists, but if it's not a hotkey that is bound to a specific behavior, then the workflow there is gone, and my enjoyment might be gone as well. And the decisions you make in terms of what you put on each hotkey is really important. And like, even for half edge, which is like not even close to as complex as Blender right now, I'm kind of running out of hotkeys. Like, I feel like it's already tricky to figure out good hotkeys for half edge. And so if you scale it up to something like Blender, then Jesus Christ, you have significantly more features than hotkeys. But hotkeys are so important for UX. It can like make or break certain workflows in ways that I think most users probably don't really think about explicitly. But if you've switched between different tools, you will probably start thinking about these things and realizing just how much certain like silly like features actually matter a lot. Like there's a thing in wait, did I close Unity? No, I didn't. Okay. Or no, I did. Okay, I'll just open it again. Thank you for the Bezier curse video. Oh, heck yeah. I'm glad you liked it. Okay, so here's a very simple example. Let's pretend those debug things don't exist. Okay, so you can see here that we have a grid, right? This is a super simple feature. I have a hotkey to change the grid subdivision. I can press a key to increase the tessellation, to like subdivide it further, or I can decrease it and make it less subdivided. Having a hotkey for this it's like trivial to add. It is so easy to add something like this to any modeling app, right? But would you put it on a hotkey by default? And how easily accessible is that? And that will determine how people work in your modeling tool or whatever it is you're making, right? And so I will tell you right now that if you're making levels in the source engine, this is load-bearing as heck. Like, I cannot tell you how important this is as a feature. And the reason for that is because when you're in Hammer, you're not creating individual props all the time. Like, you're not doing like a vase or something. What you're doing is you're creating level geometry. And what do you do in level geometry? Well, you're going to make a lot of walls, you're going to make ceilings, you're going to make floors. And these things are quite often kind of grid aligned. And so what you would do in Hammer is that you would use the grid to be like, okay, I want to create a thin wall. And I know that a thin wall is usually like 8 units, 8 or 16. 8 would be like a thin wall, and 16 would be a thick wall. And you would kind of have these, like measurements in your mind anytime you're working in Hammer. Like this stuff was used all the time in Hammer. But if that's not easily accessible, then like what do you do instead? Well, you know, you can turn on snapping in Unity. So you turn on snapping and you can go to like I don't know, where are the snapping options? I almost never touch them. Where are the snapping options? I know it's probably in the scene view. Is this a snapping option? Oh, they did actually expose the snapping value here. Well, you can type here 0.25. So here's Unity's grid. So I can do 0.5, 1, and like, yeah, you can type in the grid size here. That's fine, but like which one is going to be faster to access? Like comparing these two, and which one do you have to remember the numbers of, like, you know, 1, 0.5, 0.25, 0.125, 0.0625, like these numbers suck. Like, I don't want to have to remember those. So if you just have a hotkey to like double and halve the grid size, load bearing, absolutely game changing if you're doing anything that's snapped to a grid. But if you're making props in Blender, snapping to grids is just a lower priority. But if you're making levels, snapping to a grid is very important, especially if you're using the geometry for like CSG or like any kind of like space partitioning, and it has to be like, you know, rock solid and no gaps anywhere. Like in that case, it matters a lot. But yeah. Would you add the feature to type the grid size? I mean, probably. What time is it? Oh shit, there's like Australians. There's Australians asking me what time it is. Oh no. Well, it is... well, it's in the corner of the screen, so it is actually visible. So you can already tell what time it is, I suppose. It's 2 p.m. exactly. That's the spirit. Wow, I have been yapping too much. Do you feel like making a non-game in Unity makes a lot of the engine go to waste, or finding that the engine's feature actually work well with your workflow? I just like C#, and I like compute shaders, and I like having burst compiled C#. I like that, and Unity's shader and like command buffer stuff is nice. And I can't really get that anywhere else. And I'm fine not using the rest of the engine. Like that's okay. I don't need to do that. The real reason is that I enjoy using Unity, and I am productive in Unity, and I know how to get from point A to point B in Unity. If I were to use anything else, I would probably not make this project at all. I think I would give up too early. So yeah, it is happening because I'm actually enjoying working on this. If I didn't enjoy working on this, it would never happen. Oh my god, I need to fix my camera base selection. It's so broken. Okay, let's bevel this and see what happens. That's gonna be the last thing we do. Perfect! This is exactly what bevels look like. Nice, and with that, are there any last questions? Hopefully small questions. No long tangents. I did commit my code at least. I guess I need to push it as well. Where did I put fork? Have you given Godot a try? Very, very briefly. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, you're right, hold on. Look at him go. Well, good job, Toast. Toast is cleaning salad. Salad is... he's wrestling. And Toast is... oh, biting, cleaning. Nobody's quite sure which one they're doing. I think it's both. Is your camera zoomed in, or are your cats giant? It's a relatively standard lens. It's a 35mm full frame. I don't know the field of view. I think my cats are slightly bigger than normal, but not that much. Toast is pretty small. Salad is a little bit bigger. But he's got very short legs, so he looks kind of small, but... Yeah, they did get shy. Oh, is Toast gonna clean? Oh, that's an ear nibble, and then cleaning some more. Oh, ear nibble in the opposite direction. Oh, okay. And then cleaning, maybe? Nope, more nibbling. I feel like Salad has a very low effort clean on Toast. You have a whole F1.5 themed resonance now? Well, it's not. This is actually the... Unironically, this is the Team Fortress 2 red. And I painted my wall myself. And the furniture that's like next to it over there. That's painted IKEA furniture with custom ordered color. Because I wanted that color. So it turned out really nice, I think. I'm really happy with it. I'm just staring at Toast and Salad right now. Good job, boys. Who's the elder cat? Those two are siblings. So they were probably minutes apart in age. They're both about... how old are they? Like three and a half, I think. Did you use a roller or paintbrush or air spray? I used a roller for all of it. Big roller for the wall and a small roller for the furniture. How's it going, boys? You're not using Maya anymore? No, because it's very expensive and I don't want to give money to Autodesk. Your cats look well beveled. Yes. I can't settle on colors like that, which is why I have more RGB lights. I feel like I just wanted to commit to something because I have commitment issues. And so I'm kind of happy that this is like a rare thing I committed to. So, and I'm glad I did. It turned out really nice. Oh, are they done cleaning? Is it no more? Also, look at Toast's pants. There's like pant fluff sticking out. Oh, okay. Ooh, bloop. Oh no, Salad doesn't have cleaning service anymore. He doesn't have cleaning service. What do we do now? How'd you get smooth finish with a roller? I don't know. I kind of improvised. It looks better at the sections I did later because I was learning as I was doing it. But yeah, it was sort of like rolling like in the same direction and not like, I noticed that like the time was a big factor. Like if you went back on a place like a minute afterwards, it would be a disaster. But you could re-roll it after like an hour. And like within the time frame of like 10 seconds, you're still fine to re-roll areas, but it's a little finicky. Probably looks smoother on camera too than it is in reality. Okay, well, I guess the cat entertainment is pretty much over for you guys, but there's always cat entertainment for me. They're always up to something. There's... Yeah, Thor stopped yelling at least. I think he gave up on trying to get me to go to bed. Now he's loafed on the couch. Okay. I'm just closing out a bunch of stuff. Okay. When do I need to get up tomorrow? Don't like that. Okay. I'm gonna downvote my... Yeah, I'm just gonna downvote my planned event tomorrow. So it's a bad event. Bad timing, because like I was streaming, you know? Did you make your channel banner? The one on YouTube? No, that one is made by Yosra, who is a... she's an artist. Is she doing commissions or freelance now? I actually forget. But I think I mentioned it in the description. Yes, I link Yosra's Twitter in my channel description. Okay. I believe we are done streaming, and I super need to go to bed. Got something in my eye. Okay, maybe I'll poke Salad before we end the stream, because I just want to... He looks very pokeable. I'm just going to poke him a little bit. I'm just going to give him tiny pets.
Salad? Hey. Hello. Hello.
Good boy. He's such a good boy. Bed sounds like giving up. It is, yeah, I'm giving up. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, speaking of Australia, now that I played Hollow Knight, I'm like, oh my god, Team Cherry. Oh, they're Australian. Huh. So now I'm like, do anyone know of them? Do they need a tech artist? Can I please get me on their team? I want to do anything for these games, if possible. And I'm thinking, like, since you're from Australia, you have to know Team Cherry, right? I'm assuming like everybody's like friends with them in the small little tiny island of Australia. You had the chance to work with them 10 years ago and turn it down. Oh no. Oh no. So I don't remember this for sure. I could be wrong, but let me just get the camera. I could be wrong, but I think the Disco Elysium team might have reached out to me at some point, asking if I could help out with some Unity stuff. And I think that was them. I have like a really vague memory of this, but like, it's this weird thing where like you don't know if a project is interesting or impressive until it's already done, and then when it's done you're like, I wish I worked on this. But like how are you supposed to know ahead of time if you don't know the like, if the team doesn't have like a history or you don't know the developers or whatever? Feels like a similar type of situation where like if it was like a really early builds of Disco Elysium, it's like it might just look kind of shitty and boring, and I'm like, oh, who are these random people who want help? And that doesn't look super interesting, and like I don't know, and then I just didn't engage. Ripperino. Have you done games tech art? Yes, I do. Well, both at my own studio, and I've done freelance tech art. That's my main thing, apart from, I guess now that I'm some kind of content creator, but otherwise I've done a lot of tool development, also sort of within the tech art sphere. Okay. I guess I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you all so much for joining. I'm gonna link you. I'm gonna link you Half Edge's website. If you're curious about Half Edge, go to the website. There's more info there. I have like a feature list of planned features and a like FAQ section. So if you're curious about stuff, it's probably answered there. So go ahead and check that out. Yeah, I think we made a lot of progress today. I think next time we're gonna do the glitchless run. I think we're doing pretty well on any percent now. Not perfect, but yeah. So I think we're gonna do the we're gonna start practicing the 100% one relatively soon. Probably gonna wrap this one up a little bit first, but we'll see how that goes. But thank you all for joining, and I will see you all next time. I don't know when next time is gonna be. Maybe not tomorrow, given how late it is, and I might need to catch up on sleep and not push myself too much. But thank you all so much for joining. And oh yeah, I should plug my Patreon. It's can you do links without HTTPS in here? Does that work? Does that become a clickable? That doesn't look clickable. Okay, well what if I do this? There you go. That's my Patreon. Maybe. Wait, do you want to leave YouTube? Yes. Okay. Am I going to the yeah. If you want to support the stuff that I do, if you have money, which most people don't really have to give, but if you do, any support would be super appreciated for giving me the opportunity to do useless stuff like stay awake until 4 a.m. and yap about Half Edge. You get like 0 benefits on Patreon. I'm hopefully going to change that soon. But so right now it's just a donation bucket. But yeah, so if you want to support my stuff financially, that's the place to do that. Otherwise, thanks for hanging out, everybody. And I will see you all next time. Maybe tomorrow. If not, don't judge me.